Wow, it usually just cut in like immediately. It's better than usually is. So this is the power of me updating my audio. Unlimited power. I wonder how loud I sound too. That's my first time streaming with my new OBS settings, we'll call it. I'm back on not using voice mod anymore. But I've attached a bunch of filters. So hopefully that'll help out. So now everyone can hear my coughs in more glorious HD. Or whatever the equivalent of HD in audio is. I don't know, I'm not the audio guy. Anyway, we're back. After having, what, one stream last week? Due to me having other responsibilities. Good responsibilities. And also just me just being just tired and somewhat sick. Which I guess I still am. I still have a cold. But now we're back in September, so now I can have a schedule because I'm more free, and I can now get back to playing more games, including this, which I've been hyping to myself for the past couple of months. We're finally getting to something I have no clue whatsoever about. We're coming right off of Tyrion Cookbook, so it's gonna be interesting to go back to Ace Attorney, and hopefully, I'm not gonna judge this based off of being like, "What, Tyrion Cookbook did this?" Like I kind of did with Tyrion Cookbook with the other Ace Attorney games. But anyway, let's get started. First time playing through both of these games. So. Okay. 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 Story mode. No. No. New game. Okay.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change.
The best of times.
Was swept away by the tide.
It was a...
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Wait, so we're the killer? Okay, I can work with this. Should finish my Ricola. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Naruhodo. That means I see. I think it means I see. Sounds like I got myself into some type of pickle. Ha! Funny situation. Freeze frame, record scratch. Yeah, that's me. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such an officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicality. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Rinosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ha! So I must say, you've been all over the newspapers the past few days. A university professor murdered in cold blood by student. Ooh, scandalous. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Not publicly, of course. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe in you. Oh, I believe in you, I believe you. I know you're innocent. Okay. Kazuma Sogi, best friend. And also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. Even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Very concept for lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Our qualifications don't mean much. Yet. I said exactly the same thing 2 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. All around his temple. Something perhaps below his cloth headband? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. But come with me. We'd have a wild time cheering up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I won't pass there. Sogi, I have a word. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has special significance, but never mind that for now. Sogi, go immediately to the judge's chamber. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, okay? I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I don't think I've ever had a case where I'm the... Well, there's like, you know, trials, right? One of the first cases, Phoenix Wright is the defendant, but like, that's after establishing him as the lawyer. He's not even a lawyer in this, Ryunosuke. He's... I don't think he is. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. Oh boy, pronouncing these names are gonna be rougher, because at least in Ace Attorney they're like not Japanese for the most part. Eugene Mikotoba? Yeah, Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Asoki has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asoki has been granted permission to go and study in Britain. However, failed to defend you in today's trial. I'm afraid that the permission was revoked. Never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. Why would he tell me that? Of course he wasn't going to tell me that. I had a feeling Asoki not to tell you. I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Because I'm accused of killing a professor. They'll probably be like, well, if you can't even do your job right, defending him for a professor, then obviously you don't deserve to be deserve to have that position. The administration chose from a large number of applicants to study. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even the most favorable. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. So that's true. Nevertheless, true that proving your innocence task. See certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Don't say I'm guilty in there. That's for starters. Hold on for a second, so I can finish up this Ricola in my mouth. It's been bothering me. Okay, done. Whew. Now I can talk normally. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Can you prove that your defense didn't do it? Which would be funny as fuck, because that's definitely not how it works. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. Let's say I do. I do. But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusation brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah. Meanwhile, stereotypous discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Alright, dude, slow your fucking horses now. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. fucking black and white fucking zoom in reminds me of those, god damn it, of those like commercials where they show the bad product, like that, what's that subreddit, where did the soda go? It's like that fucking, when they zoom in on someone having a bad product and they show them failing once, and then they show the good product afterwards in like color. This is what it reminds me of. I don't know why. All right. Well, okay, this is it. If the trial goes badly, as keep on zooming in and in and in and in. Cosmos dreams of setting a border over. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. For all your trials are going to be unforgettable, let's not get ahead of yourselves. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Oh look, they have his eyes move around. That's nice. This is also yeah. So this court. Supreme Court of Catcher. That word. I'm not gonna have that be the word of the day. I don't feel like it. I'm making another word be the word of the day. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting on the public gallery. The military court, it sounds like. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It will become clear in time. Was the victim some, like, military dude? But no, it couldn't have been, because they said that, you know, a professor was killed by a student. Interesting. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Lock the fuck in. God damn it, you're here too? Fuck the Pain family. Why are you in every single goddamn game? God damn. Alright, fuck. I guess we're gonna deal with... Alright, whatever. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defendants. Did I say defendants? I think I said defendants. It's defense, you dumb shit. Come on now. As is the defense. I'll check it in the VOD. Nah, I'll check it later. Before we begin, there was one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh. Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. It's exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Naruhodo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. Hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Well, this is a new one. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime. Let's see how long I keep this voice before I drop it. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? I can do that for him. Yeah, I'll try that voice for him. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? He's questioning your ability to do the job. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Court record? I don't have access to the court record yet? Oh no. Oh no. They don't even give us the court record? No! Inosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Simple. You access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. 3, 2, 51, 5. Is that Watson? I know there's supposed to be a Sherlock Holmes in this game. Is that Watson? Is Watson the first victim of this case? What the fuck? Okay, come on now. John H. Wilson. Oh, bitch, please. That's Watson. Oh, no. Oh boy. Well, looks like he just got Sherlock. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Watson. Watson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own universe. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed. reason why this case has profound implications. Oh, killing a foreign dignitary? The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiation. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. You put friendship in your treaty title? What type of fucking game is this? And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates of Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you education. Have you no honor? Ugh. This case is coming under great scrutiny from all our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. I'll show you speedy. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah. Dear, look at the time. Why did I say it like that? Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Did audio in the game just fucking do a hitch? I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. J.H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Actual ballistic trauma. Shot in the chest? Okay. And you're to blame and you get love a bad day. No exit wound. Interesting. Hold on. That's gonna be important later on. Cause of death. Inosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. Like present. Do it now.
Yes.
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you will. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. That's dumb as shit! What the fuck? Oh, whatever. It's in the past. This is a period piece. It's okay. All I can think of is that probably one of the funniest John Mulaney parts of the stand-up is when he's talking about how like police officers and you know forensic scientists basically weren't that much of a thing in the past, So like they discover blood at a crime scene, and he'd be like, "Look, blood. Gross." Oh, I see. The so-called photographic print of the scene of crime. A photograph? In this time? You can clearly discern... Oh, I forgot the voice. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should shoot at the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. This court will accept the modern scientific evidence into the record. Why did I say it like that? Record. You've never seen... Ah, yeah, makes sense. Look at this photograph. Look at this graph. Okay. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. I cannot keep on doing that voice. Certainly, yes. I can keep doing his voice for what it sounds like, but the judges is too deep for me. What I'm trying. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise this court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikuba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! He was speaking with me before. He simply said Cosmo would not be the defense lawyer in the trial. He has been sticking his story in, hasn't he? I've never heard that term before. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice. Wait in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Hey, this guy was in the opening shot. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. British? I mean, he's British, but oh, he's Japanese, but second butler, so British, so the bad British, at least for me. So, but it's formal, of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I'm the head waiter in the Western-style restaurant called the Carnival. Hey, he's just like I was like, he's just like me, but then no, you're not. I'm not coughing up blood. I am. Oh, hold on. That was well timed. I am coughing though. Are you all right? You seem to be coughing up some. It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't bother me. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate over guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, Occidental Eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonoga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. I can do that deep. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from an aspiring lawyer boy. Oh, This is after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at the time of the day. The lunchtime rush was over. There were only 3 tables still occupied. Boy, you're gonna make me cough too, so you better shut the fuck up about doing that. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining room area to see what had happened. found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, with the accused.
Yes!
Hold on. Just let me clarify something here. If I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjection. Court wishes to listen to the witness's report for what he saw, you amateur. But let him finish. Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You have your chance to fight back. But now, we must quietly listen to the witness. I may confirm one point. Sitting beside the victim was the gun in his hand, the same man we see here in the court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the man that you proceed. Okay, but okay. Oh, this ballistic mark. Ah, fuck. It's a great ace attorney. Yes, it's a Kali. It's great ace attorney. Welcome on in. Yeah. What's the matter here? Okay. That's not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the widow could have missed. Rinosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. Never gotten into Yuma University otherwise. It's like leaning back, like, But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. Sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Oh, what are we going to do with it? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But, sure of what I saw. Mago-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Okay, well, this guy's not suspicious whatsoever. Not only is he, one, the first witness in the first case of a game, which, you know, historically has always been the bad guy, but also, Bo has the fucking can't see through glasses, glasses tint shit going on. You can probably name like 5 good guys in fiction on the top of your hand, on one hand, that do that on good guys. Come on now, come on. Okay, all right. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Well, at least he's suspicious. I mean, he's a murderer, but he's at least suspicious now. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was alone. How can I see that? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious Conscientious. Conscientious waiter. Okay, I've definitely said that wrong. Conscientious? Conscientious. Yeah, we'll go with that. Thank you, sir. Add it to the court record? Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What's that about? You've been completely calm and collected until now. Alright. If there was a woman, what would be something that you would see on the back of a business card? Like her phone number, a little lipstick thing on the back of it, on the front of his business card. Well, please, can you stop? I'm already coughing enough. Ooh, good angle. But there's nothing. Why would you give me a magnifying glass for that, but not give me a magnifying glass for that? Right. So, the court has now heard of the case. A pesticide. That will be the word of the day. Presses. Never heard that word before. A summary or abstract of text or speech. Summary. Okay. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, a person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You admit your guilt at this stage, the court was willing to mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Call this witness as an unsworn witness to explain the details of the case. While I must warn the defense, you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kasama? What do you mean? Well, you're going to be found guilty one way or another. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? He's like, you fucking idiot. Do you understand what game you're in right now? Come on now. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. And you said it, Kotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the court outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. Yet, despite knowing that, are you willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. Then the defense lawyers do be bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? You're going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't begun yet. Okay. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. You invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Archie, please continue with proceedings. Tisk, but you were warned. Young King so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to. Well, you ain't no saint. A few short moments from now, that dumb-struck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witness, kindly state your names, occupations for the court. This is our first 2 witnesses at the same time? Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employer a pervert of fine articles of antiquity for the effortless persons of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade for Rasute, humble premises, 2nd District, Curio at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the crush. It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter meant. Myself, I happily take tea from the most exquisite aroma from the establishment in question. Always posts new. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios, which I make my business. Ah, curios, like in Honkai! It's a shame to say I didn't know curios was a word outside of Honkai until just now. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at the carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy you've never seen attacking before, no. In what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman. The fuck was that sound? The fuck was that sound? Over there who unloaded his arm first, sir. His firearm, sir. What the? I'm sorry, what the fuck was that sound? What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay, so I wasn't going crazy. Oh, thank God. Oh, jeez. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Is that a baby noise? Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that things occurred. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh. Baby carrier. He's got a baby carrier. Was that in the beginning intro part 2? Huh. But yeah, that's what he has around him. Oh, okay. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory. Can you stop with these big words there, old man? I'm trying to read. I was suggesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden carrier to the mentally gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of the mysteriously absconded Furious Curio. You lost something? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir, The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Well, that guy's got a knife. Why does he have a knife in here? What time's it leave? This gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. This is madness. This is Sparta. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Inosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. I noticed an English gun in the chair with the professor sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and I was picking it up. Bro, don't ever pick up a gun you find on the floor. That's textbook 101. Just like, I don't know. Just like, don't do that. Please don't. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witness testimonies is who as to what that criminal was. Who that criminal was. There is? Inosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard, eliminating any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Prosecution objects. It's a clear waste of time. And it obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. He's so cool. This Kazuma guy's so fucking cool. Very cool. Very well, I mean. Oopsies. The defense conducted its cross-examination of the witnesses. Switch back into the voice like that. Alright, this is where the battle begins, Inosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? I have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldiers said had to be a lie. But yes, but it's just a case of proving it. The key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Inosuke. Don't let them beat you. The fucking slam, like boop. He even looked around like, I think you're supposed to make a better noise. Okay. Alright then. Huh?
Yes!
What kind of food? Just say what kind of food? Why aren't you saying anything? Some new interrogation technique? I had actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on the cast iron grill and served piping hot. God, I'm fucking hungry again. Oh, not hungry, but I would like a steak. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension. There's a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Except you're guilty for it to atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Don't interrupt, but how about trying to stick to the questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. Hey, I got an achievement for that. And press that. I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy? A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, the treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I told myself to the restaurant the following day, with 10 items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognizant, apprised of its indisputable value being present. So, you hoping to sell your koban coin? The sergeant knows, sir, who you met at the restaurant? Yes. Quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You are about to assert that a payless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a koban. Isn't that so? Well, you said the same... whatever. Well... You little upstart cadet. Want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant insubordination. No, I didn't say anything. Wouldn't it be... Wait, wouldn't it be blatant insubordination? In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday lunch. Oh, forgot the voice. Damn, I keep on forgetting to do the voice. I made a precious few present with whom I could engage in discord about matters of business. I'm doing the voice for only this damn case, and that's it. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braid's view at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. It ain't easy sounding old.
Yes.
Okay. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative, I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you train the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point. What's that, Private? Carefully about the statement you made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over the table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Arg. A double arg. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd ever have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed.
Yes!
I would have pressed that, but I'm just gonna press that on this. I'm probably missing for pressing every statement, but that's okay. What are you playing at, cadet? Was the meaning of the subordination photographic print in my mustache? Look at this graph. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Yes, what nonsense. What could this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this rank. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Or plain. But out would be an insult to the court. Cousin, what are you talking about? It is apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here for the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayasa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? Oh, his name's Nosa. Like, no, sir. And then... Hold on. His name is... Yesa Nosa. Like, yes and no, sir. Curio Kuda. The Curio part, he does Curios. Osanaga. I don't know where we're going with this one. I mean, we know about this. Tatsuki, ouchie. Tatsuki, ouchie, like ouchie, like ow. Oh, ouchie, like ow, because it's part of the pain family. Oh. Aha. Eugene Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Can't think of it. Asogi. I don't know this one either. I think this one's probably tied with Naruhodo as like an actual like Japanese term. Statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English pavilion, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Help me out here, dude. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, culprit shot the victim from behind. That is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What do you think it could have been, huh? Certainly there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firm and fixed on the delicious look of a steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court had has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iyosanosa, did not see the defendant fire a gun at all. That's absurd. The conclusion you must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Get fucked. Get fucked. I hope he loses his hair. He said it. He said Ace Attorney. All right, pack your bags. We're going home. We're done. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the fire directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up the floor. Pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I already been quite clear. Gunshot into me not. Got too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. Why, I carry a koban, my prized coin. On each of the occasions when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, today. I hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day of the murder under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my hoary treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find and did not. I was present with a little alternative. Then, averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, but it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case my habit was falling there. Didn't happen. You heard the gunshot. Indeed I did, but he did not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded hoary treasure. Nothing could distract him. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. See. That lamentable day, that precious hoary koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the boy's coin for himself. I'm sure everyone present is aware. Case demands a swift and decisive solution. The government has promised a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, this witness testimony to the report has just heard was but how subservient our government feels it must be British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Archie? Worry not. Defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf in the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there was only one person who could have committed this despicable crime. Equally despicable defendant. You don't scare Naruhodo. What? He really seems to be having a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? What the fuck did I do to him? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as a clear of glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up in the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. I don't know, sir. Oh, I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know. It would seem that the straps were a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Attention. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, boy. If what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the fire was discharged, almost the same thing. No! No, it's not! Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a thorough search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Producer certainly
Yes.
about. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of the outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Alright, jeez. Evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. That photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. The table at which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. So they can see there was only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the court. I don't understand. Later before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. Ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Tatsuki Ouchi, have contributed to the amity of two great empires is an honor. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What you say is true. There's something else going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it. Throughout the cross-examining. I don't know, Kazuma. So nervous. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness. Make it quick, understand? Understood? Yes. So unbending. Shut the fuck up.
Yes!
Oh no, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer of that versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. If you didn't fire the gun, then who did? Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? You see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension. Sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that is it all. Don't you? Let's not forget that the antics dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Koikuda-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it off the floor. Obviously. As a culprit, that's the only way you can explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I'd noticed a gun on the floor of the witness's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, gunshot rang in my ear. Full of evidence beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up. You precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the carbine from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. I don't think that's the same type of level of predicament. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Why have we not put the murder weapon in as evidence?
Yes!
Okay. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
You have been pains to point out time and again. I feel I'm growing a callous in my... And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in the restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. What do you expect? Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Hey, you can eat whenever you want. I was wondering if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. Why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. There's that console. The medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to the visit to the restaurant. At a clinic? What? What the fuck? How the clinic is that old? Okay. Was it Hottie? Was it Hottie or Hotta? I mean Hottie. Oh, the old lecherous dude from Justice for All that's also in future games as well. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. Explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to see this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I bet your ass they're gonna submit that medical report, and the medical report is gonna say something about the fact that he's not allowed to have steak. And then we're gonna prove the fact that if that's the case, then whose steak is it there? Then maybe that's not his steak, maybe it's the lady's steak. I wonder. What do you think? Okay. Oh, well, it is hard to see how it can be related, really. Remember, request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence is useful. Yes, yes, yes. It's okay. Something about having a diet. Come on now. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical record to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what ground? Court has already had conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Objection, definitely. Whether or not they have no concern is up to us to decide. You have a right to explore all possible avenues. Your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Then the fact that you're also the one who presented said evidence in the first place. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Actually, these days are forever asserting their rights. The most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly handle the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay. Let's see here. No, I can't look at it! Boo, you whore! What we need right now is clues. New clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can aspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like. The day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the cue, Kuda-san. Okay. God damn it.
Yes.
We use this to get into the court record. Why can't I look at it? Wait, hold on. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Give me for the position I placed you in. The testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget contestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As I can clearly seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. It's not his beef steak. And it's Delia, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible they are all lying. But it's hard to prove. But if so, then why? If I'm honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes.
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, Cadet? Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, this is not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. Right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. Excellent work, Minosuke. We need some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that real discrepancy to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a brand new piece of evidence. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Why didn't you give me the opportunity to examine it now? Did you lock examining evidence behind? Oh my god. They locked examining evidence behind behind me getting to this part. Usually you let me, once I get something, examine something and be like, oh, this, but no. Okay, that's fucking dumb as hell. How exactly? Oh, because it's a tutorial. Wait, that makes no sense. If this is a tutorial, why did you give me the option to examine this? Or to examine this? Or to examine this? Or to examine this? We need this for the tutorial earlier on. You've given us the option to examine 3 pieces of evidence, including one that we can't do anything with. You gave me access to the magnifying glass, which has not shown any use whatsoever. It's gonna show use probably in a second if I had to make a guess. Right? And now you explain to me how you can examine evidence? What? There's some pieces of evidence that I bear magnifying glass. These are the only ones I examine. Oh. Alright, press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Blah, blah, blah. This is not my first rodeo to playing esoteric games. Okay. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Wait, does that mean I can examine the... So, partner, you should take a closer look at the medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. So this medical report was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of a long treatment. That's why. The family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never concerned. Okay. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from the privilege, all on your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. The bitter medicine that is reality. Can't find anything out of place. It says Heart Clinic on this medical report card. Hate clinics. Also, they hate hospitals and surgery. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to get an injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have one cold in their whole life. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Get off your fucking high horse. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. Don't want to miss anything. Like, open up the... No. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar. There we go, with topical anesthesia, which means he can't eat steak. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad move. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Got him! Until anesthesia effects have passed. And it was only 1 hour after this that supposedly this victim was seen eating a steak after getting his teeth removed? Fuck that. Fuck that. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Okay, cool. Now you can present evidence. All right. Let me listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, so we're just gonna here.
Yes.
Well, I think, oh, what are you doing, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Nosuke. One stumbles on their words occasionally. Yeah, like me. Under the circumstances, wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. You're quite clearly that the cross-examination you just carried out. Raise your hand straight up like that. Purpose. Exactly what it was meant to say. I feel like you have to choose your words carefully to say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Torikudo-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with the witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur's drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered in the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Yosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Witness testimony, as the court have heard, has been clear and concise. Medical report has no bearing on the matter at all. Simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could have perpetrated the crime. Oh, he had an actual hand slam, actual death slam. This medical report has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? This now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Torikudo-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Now, what is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this case have turned. Cue the CSI Miami music. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on the new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning point this trial. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Tell them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You would not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Oh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. Clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at the stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take it on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if now it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you would be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you'll all be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No. Oh! You're an old man and you got a baby. Do you really be going to prison? Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Oh, that's what they all say. That's right, as the man says. Just as you say, never saw the gentlewoman. That's what told us. Yeah, fucked up. Oh. Yeah. Can you say that again? What did you just say, Korakura-san? No. You were just following orders? Hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? Say gentlewoman, do you mean... Saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Oh, he didn't know? Oh, he didn't even know! Oh boy. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. I wonder. You son of a fucking bitch! You work for the police! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Oh. Get your fucking ass. That's why you want to give up your business card. painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. Our prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. You prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Yunosuke, judging from the way they reacted to them, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Well, any ideas on who might be behind this? If you can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. Of course, evidence before we can make any firm accusation. Evidence that proves whoever did wield her power here. But how? How can we possibly... It's not as if we just found that out by ourselves. Remember how we made progress before? Examine this piece of evidence. Yeah, we're gonna skip this because we know we did this already. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Let's re-examine. Let's re-examine things on the court record. Let's see what shows up. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Sato Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The widow who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have had that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, as I say if that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. Truth about Sato Hosanaga's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency. The back of the card. The back of the card that's of interest. Oh, that's the back of the card. Oh, I saw you, Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card, aka the front, that's of the interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what that's where the telling detail is. Yeah, that makes no... Whatever. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Flip over the card. Osanaga-san gets the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. One of that business card reveals the man in profession, his true profession. Waiter's profession? Well, that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. Card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? That waiter is a police detective? Was this a sting? Was he there as part of a sting with the Watson guy? And then the lady was a criminal? And then she shot the guy and then escaped? But since she escaped, they can't just be like, oh, she escaped? So then they're putting the blame on a Japanese guy just to be like, oh, it's him while they're still trying to pursue the girl, the woman? Is that what's going on? Because that would make sense. What? The waiter is a police detective. I haven't heard any mention of this. I haven't heard any mention of this before. Because you weren't clued in. Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you one gentleman at the scene? Well... Guy in question? Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. Flashback time. God, I'm hungry now. I just ate before stream and I'm hungry again. I'm a growing boy. Let's see how, before we go any further, I want to check to see how long. When does this place close? 8:30. Cool. Okay, I can order later, right? Oh, well. Okay. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. My guiding. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? That's guys of voices involved. But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must have been terrible. I was working undercover. Yep. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. Or to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information that I am not at liberty to divulge. However, that's gonna be, if they're not gonna cover it today, this is gonna be the start of what's probably going on in this whole entire game. Because usually they tease a little bit nowadays with their cases. There's like, oh, something's going on now. They did it in the original trilogy, but then when you got to like Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2, and then when you get to the Apollo Justice trilogy, they're better at being like, oh no, the first case means something. There's some history behind there. There's some shit going on that you just don't know yet. But we'll get there. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that it is in your professional capacity of your police officer you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Was he shot? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I went out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim lay slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. The truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those are my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. You're just gonna hang me out to dry? Fuck you. Fuck this government. Fuck all you people. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. And to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom case. But it's not right. You really would have hanged me out to dry, and you knew it. One possibly does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? The university is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical laboratory. The young Englishwoman. What? Man, I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the study tour. You mean when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it would be prudent to check her identity first. But the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezebel Brett. Jezebel Brett. Jezebel Brett. Jezebel Brett. What does that mean? She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? It's up beyond your power, you puny man. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on this matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premises. A premise, namely that the victim was dying alone. Dining. I can't speak. However, as we now have discovered the premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Let's go, Judge! Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. We'll locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'd be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. And you would talk about rules sometimes need to be broken, huh? Weren't you, Ouchie? As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. I'm not so sure about that. Court will be adjourned briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. We'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. This is a long-ass case, goddamn. Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch for a second. Get up and stretch for a second. And go to the restroom. Okay, I am back. My lights. There we go. 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Finish. Finish. Hold on. That. That. Holy shit, that's a period of time. Let me just order this. Let me just order this. Yeah, yes. Yeah, we're eating. All playing. Excellent. Excellent work, Miske. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. We're drenched in sweat, eyes popping, your knees knocking, you're grinding your teeth, dropping your spaghetti. A grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. I got 2 games to show that that's not going to be the case there, dude. Ha ha ha. Anyway, move a little closer. It looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. Wait, Britain. Is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Mr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to her friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene it seemed. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I had been bent down and picked it up. Didn't have time to think about whether the sound of the gunshot had... Where the sound of the gunshot had come from. Reda ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into a sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. The shrewd man. Professor Mikotoba. Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, but just them even more so. Why? I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Like Wright, that's what Wright would say. I shouldn't, well, and Apollo. I shouldn't waste anyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? And Athena. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? That's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. Like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove you're innocent and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, do you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. It was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go to battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. This gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something we may need. Of course. Oops. Oh, audio fucked up. Good luck, Kazuma-san. Here's what we do. You think you can get rid of me? Hold the fuck on. Remove Elgato audio. Add. Input audio thing. Add existing Elgato audio. Add. Gotcha. Anyway, but I used to have so many problems when the audio got desynced, and now I just realized this need to get rid of the audio source and re-add it, and it fixes it perfectly. Time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, you hadn't said you believed in me. Well, believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from UA Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Talk, mutter, talk, mutter, talk. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Goddamn. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. So let's send an innocent person to jail instead, because that'll make everything better. You still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. True! We really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jump-up cookie boy. You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering. Is that how you spell maneuvering? What will secure our futures? I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who can arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume, the next taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Gisela Brett. Yes. Mean. What does it mean? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring the English tea. In England, no discussions would take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. It must be true. I mean, they said it. You know? I'll ask all my British friends. All the 2,000 million British friends I have, obviously. You know, well, yeah, they're all from Canada, you know? Yeah, obviously, I ask them if they have tea with every single thing that they do. So, ahem. Would we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. Do you whisper to him? My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter in the Carnival with my true... Yes, we all know about you already. But Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Oh, dear lady, once again, if I may trouble you for your name and occupation. What the fuck? Is she speaking English? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? He says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. Visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones, delightful language of the British people. Okay, I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. You fucking get out the lipstick for this goddamn ass kisser. As far as I can tell. The detective was translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes. Okay. Well, thanks to the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, it may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at the restaurant called the Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Oh boy. A desperate Genian, just kidding. Hi, Ding. Oh, hi, Mooney Money, welcome on in. Oh my god, not the Virginians. Not the Virginians again. Not since what? Edgewood 2. Good god. Whatever it is, though, it's fancy. It's in cursive. That's how you know it's fancy. Look at her. She's also sticking her pinky out a little bit. Super fancy. Says, yes. Could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Because she's about to respond to what we just said. Well, she can at least understand us. She'd like to apologize for appearing for the scene. Oh, maybe I was wrong. It says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. You're the one who made her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, lady, be so kind to cast your eyes over the photographic print. Is this your stake? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes. Here, the lady did it with time. The very moment when the accused, sitting right there in this courtroom, thought the victim in cold blood. Order in the court. Do you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Let's see what we get. Had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. What? Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. She's lying! I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously couldn't have been the culprit. Thing?
Yes.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. Okay, alright there, you calm down with that. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Yeah, be careful with your words there, Sonny. You're still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. Mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you learn. So annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. Took statements from this lady and the two witnesses before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she used today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Unless and until the precise location where the witness is for the hidden weapon that can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Lift your damn hat, please. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. I mean that he was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to do now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. Let's now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, you excellent.
Yes.
After 2 p.m., that's quite late at lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion in Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No. This position no has been linked to it. The woman is currently working in the victim research lab at Labs. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would work together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment coming first. Uh-oh, my nose is getting stuffy. Alright, from here on out, no voices. I can't do any more voices because my nose gets stuffy like this. It's gonna fuck up my voices. It's gonna fuck up my nose. We're in one loop. That's right. Brett and the victim went to lunch following the treatment. Why it was so late. Yes, that's all makes sense. Just wonderful logic. What an exciting example of English intelligence is. Yeah, because if I go any talking, it's gonna be a fucking hassle on my nose. But I can at least do that. At least without everything. I just can't voice things because that's gonna fuck up my throat, I think. Yeah, okay. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes.
He was unable to eat, you say? That was because he just had a tooth removed at the Rodeo clinic, correct? That's right. Was Brett aware of that fact? Seems so, yes. Heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here, is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. What you have there shows the table exactly as it's left after the horrifying events. Bullshit. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have to travel to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroidered into a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil friend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Sip! So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. Professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. There's only one water. It's meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Tell us, what is this profound bearing? Because of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your testimony. Gladly, said. That was brilliant, Casimir. I'm gonna try to remember that one. Which one? The significance would be apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from experience than that. Okay.
Yes.
Only one glass of water, not two. In the picture, at least. That's it. Just confirm something. It's do this photographic print. Just a while ago, you saw this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, ladies. Well, that is odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Inosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be two glasses on the table, not one. Ah! You're right, console. Only one glass pictured here.
Attention!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Yusha? What possible difference does the presence of absent glass make on the case?
Objection!
You say. Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal Letty's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There shouldn't have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can click with only 1? Right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Doctor, what did the lady say? It seemed that it was Miss Britt who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Hee eto blah too oopsies sorry tee smile hoo. I'm just a silly little gal. Hee hoo. Silly me. Oopsies. There, as I assured the court before, is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. Must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. You blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do you take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Something that you can fit a gun into, right? The beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. Dahlia vibes? That's what I was thinking too. First case, introducing a lady who's taking advantage of everyone and everyone's falling head over heels for her. She's definitely got those Dahlia vibes, you know? Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass, but I feel like she's less dangerous than Dahlia. She can't come back as a ghost and possess someone and cause them to do some crazy shit. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, no, because it's mentioned a handbag. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Britt said the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Be very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the front floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. Okay, the true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Yeah, why would I not? Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? you or did you not search Mr. Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. In other words, another gun, one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Meaning of what, Prosecutor Archie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents of time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. We ain't work, partner. Now we have a chance to behind the mask. Think so, Kazuma? Are you alright there, dude? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. What the fuck is on his hand? Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion at the moment. That's a terrible idea. The contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh damn, you hit the fucking back of the... You can do that? Order, order! Dr. Hosonaga, you will submit that print to evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. What has now been shown evidence. Photographic print is submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any doubt in this matter, and I must make my move. Indeed, there is a logical conclusion that the pathetic rookie French before us is a possible crime. Kazuma? Sorry, okay. Now that the cross-examination is over, no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a student, but the weaker while the strong. Wasting your time, there's no way to defeat true justice. The fact that you can chew on your heart's content, the inside of your cell. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You've heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that to produce a test. Mean basis you can argue for this trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the booth. You will now be able to report to the British government on time after. He has in his hand. One little Yosuke Naruhodo, having all of the evidence placed before me, if I find you. Wait, Excellence. Yosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness has gotten tedious. Is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trials over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of this courtroom.
Yes.
Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have been no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag that the woman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. But I know what you're doing, Rinosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. I'll show you a fucking wheeze. Before you can put your finger on it, I'll show you what it is. Very well, I grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga has submitted before. You're done. Okay, identify with the quote with a print we see the significant detail to which you've been alluded.
Yes.
What the fuck is that? Look at this here. Very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection.
Dear me, I was pondering what new portfolio you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? It has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner had also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. While I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless I am a firm connection to the case shown, found it. Yeah, found it. Okay. Cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Excellency. You can see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? Honest, I'm not really sure. I am sure, but I don't know what this means. The burn mark matches up to the burn mark on the steak, which means that he would have been trying to eat the steak. But if he's trying to eat the steak, then why would he have a burn mark there? Pushing that it's all over. So I was thinking I could keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. Down? Just link up that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Kanso. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that they irretrievably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was a color joining from Miss Brett's face. Really? So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates that inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes.
What's this, counsel? Another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. We have seen, we missed them. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are forevermore. Well, they could be doctored. But you know, that's beyond the point. That's before this point in the story, in this timeline, I guess. Do hurry up, Wookie. What are you trying to say? The inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite Actually, we may need to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind. But see, it's very clearly visible in the photograph. How did the victim come to have this shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in the photograph that explains the reason for the burn.
Yes.
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate? Ah! Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Rinosuke, genius. Spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. We cracked this case open, obviously, but even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It would have been could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Because a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. The plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've never heard anyone speak at all. As the head of waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. Which means he got the burn probably after he died, so he would have screamed. Which means his hands would have been on the plate. Which means he would have been turned around because we found him turned around and shot from the front, right? Which means the only person who could have shot him would have been shot in the seat, which means the only person who could have shot him would have been someone who was sitting across from him, which means that she had to be the person to kill him. But you're a detective, not a waiter. Yeah, but he was undercover. Remember that. Come on now. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never held the professor scream. Not on that day, nor any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. So yep, as I said, he put his hands fell onto the plate after he died, which proves that he was sitting on this side with the plate in front of him, which proves that he was shot, someone shooting at him, which proves if he was shot from the front, it had to be someone across from him, and proves it couldn't be me doing so. And then the rest of us, the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old acquaintance, antiquities dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yosuke, do you think... Yeah. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. The day of question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson, no man could remain silent if his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's possible. The man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's... Well, I don't know about... Oh, because the heat! He would have been burned on the beefsteak heat, so obviously... Oh! Order, please, Counselor, please explain the absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it is you who has no grasp of the facts. Fatal hemorrhage from electoral ballistic trauma. No head wound, blood did not pass the body. A single bullet fired across the vein. Post-mortem report. Did we look in the body for an actual bullet? I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at this restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true that we now believe the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. You got a date with justice. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. You going mask off or like phase 2? Oh, okay, you can speak now. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations with my country. Sure. Yeah, of course you can speak in Japanese. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. We're studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? I'm a little shy. Teehee. My mother tongue, the Queen's English, the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tone as much as possible. Oh, so she's racist. Okay. Okay. That solves everything. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your level. Oh boy. Well, you were the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. Bro, get your lips off her fucking ass right now, you ass kisser. Stop this. Have some dignity. Please. Please. What's that fucking, stop it. Get some help. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Yosuke. Yes. Doing that. My food's coming. Like, oh, it's right here. Alright, we'll pause for a second so I get my food. Alrighty. Back. The what's up? Oh boy. I'll tell you what. It's been weird. I've been actually having more food than I normally do. If it was a good thing or a bad thing. Probably a bad thing, but also kind of a good thing. Anyhow, I can either stop back to that, but it's already what, 8 o'clock? That's night. Nap. Morning. So, play through this. Eating on the side. Oh, don't dare go away. And while playing. Yeah. I just will mute myself though while I eat. Just pop it like okay, that's enough eating. That's enough eating. That's enough eating. Now, like some of the final parts, final countdown. I'll be most earnest in the state we can. Yes, Jackson. Yeah. You may proceed with the cross-examination. All right, so she's claiming I have no idea how the program works. Just like that, posted more reports of gunshot, anything but a gunshot. So it can't be anything. The post report him showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Maybe this guy was poisoned. Possible, right? Okay.
Yes.
And was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the file in these unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Oopsies. Haha, what fun. He hadn't realized. That dear lady is absolutely right. Your friend bears me as well as yourself, Inosuke. Why didn't you tell me? What's the truth in this gentleman? There was honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Your tiny brains imagine such a thing? What the bullshit? That guy would put his hands on the thing. He would have screamed like Tom and Jerry, like oh ho ho ho! You know that one sound? Yow ouch! Yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes.
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Graduator? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. I have enough English to understand that at least. The benefit of others in the court. Bless you. You fucking idiot. Anyway.
Yes.
Yes, it's written here in the paper. Greater hemorrhage of ballistic trauma. Oh my god, I know how he killed. I know he got killed. Oh my god. No fucking way. No fucking way. Carbonated water, you shake that bad boy up, you pop the cocker. The popper. You pop the popper. I said that wrong. You pop the cork. You pop the cork. That's what it is. You pop the cork, goes flying, hits the guy in the chest. Hits him. In here in the paperwork, fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist is going to kill us. There was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It's only been a bullet from your gun that put an end to this man's life. That doesn't make any sense. And that's the bang! The bang is the fucking the cork leaving the bottle. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. Bad cooled even slightly wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. If the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as it was brought out to the kitchen, they must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. So you're able to show the court evidence to prove that this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Now Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace, someone is shot, strangled, stabbed, or thrown from a height, However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale signs on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. If, heaven forbid, you do doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly Professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Ah, flat? Oh no, perhaps I thought calling such a sweet young lady is the question. On my honor, I, Tatsuki Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes!
Nope. Okay. We can't just present the bottle. Let's present the last thing then.
Yes!
Press the last thing. Inferior, what do you mean by that? The lands of Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, La Carnivore is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What the fuck? Occurred to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. What the fuck was that? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow lays as formidable as he is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. He's seeing something, alright, but it's not sense. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... Kazuma. What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Dr. Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if I might be significant, or if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. We can do that in this game? What the fuck? That's cool.
Yes!
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Wait.
Okay. Right. Some good food. Maybe the pickiest eater out there, but I'm hungry. Holy shit. Until now, the has been stand with the as interpreter. But things are very different. This testimony is just this. Say. Hold it me. People are actually testifying. So you very careful not to let anything slip. However, listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Right. Time to pursue the man in train of thought. Sorry, pursue? Oh, this is new. I'll explain how to do it now, Nusuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left. Okay, yeah, never. You turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you're able to pursue them with A. Pass the person by time you cover a situation to pursue. Oh, that's cool. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with okay, and then focus on the detective. They pursue him with A and then see what's on his mind. Exactly. Investigation in a different direction.
Wait.
Okay.
Excuse me.
What the? What's the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? The delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. Lady is right. Our country's police practice are not as modern as those in Great Britain. Why, I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime, preserving evidence. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the table on the day in question? Is it poisoned? Yes, and lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, and I don't care what anyone says. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. See, the two things. One, this thing was poisoned, he drank it, which makes no fucking sense. Why would you drink this carbonated water and get poisoned? Or two, my theory is correct. The bottle opener, the bottle thing was used, the cork, and it hit him, and that was the bang. And I still think that's the theory. I think that's the prevailing theory. That's the one that we should go through. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. It's Brett. In the language, I don't recognize. You know what it's? Cosmo? I think it's French. Very expensive water. Yes, say. That's what I was asking. Go to France and ask. Say that you don't know. What? Oh, is this? I see what it is. Okay. But confirm this is the bottle from of the death. Yes, that bottle. Okay, well, counsel, may resume the cross-examination. Expect to kindly control his fervor. Um.
Yes!
Whew. Got the sauce I put onto the spinach. Quite strong. Yeah, quite strong. What's this? A bottle of water? Actually, one method of man help me find. Bludgeoning him? Or poisoning. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Ah, damn it. Poison. Day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank a bottle of water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from the glass? I had to throw my theory to the wind, but it was so good! Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison drink? One person could have done it. As I bet, it was you.
Objection!
That outrageous. That's just a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? I don't care! Have you forgotten that we have only just signed a quarter friendship with the British Empire? I'll repeat, I don't care! Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Let me repeat for the third time, I do not care! You're not sending me to prison for something I didn't do.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful act of... Okay! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. Offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, preferring. I described the police force as inferior. No matter how inferior they may be, still investigate this particular point thoroughly. I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? Just strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Confirm no trace of poison of any description in the bottle containing water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all your Japanese. Thus we established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Shut up again! This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Is my theory back on the table? Thank you, Consul. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is an inconceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who was by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused you, Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? Sorry, Runosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's back with the evidence. Please, wait. What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, X. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? Ain't no way. There's another part to this? Fuck, we're seeing this through. I've never not beaten the first case on the first day. Never. Never. Oh. Hold for a second. Got my food. Still snacking. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good. Yep. Yep. Okay. Alright. Well, I understand you, the judicial assistant to the defense, requires the sudden ingress into my courtroom. Ha, a judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. Oh, okay, alright. Will state the females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. It's just a Brad's research. Which woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university, went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty, and borrowed the paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying professor, wasn't she? So, does research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Wait, I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. That's an actual thing. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Time's up. Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. I think it could be valuable. Please cast your eye over it. Wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. A blowpipe dart? Are you fucking serious? Toxic application as anesthesia. Oh. Hmm. Okay. I've had long enough, counsel. Not to detain our English guests any longer. As the prosecution and the defense, now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Excellent. We're out of options here. Here's our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. Unyielding stare of a Japanese warrior. Folded over 1,000 times, if on steel. Well, Mr. Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? Fine, perhaps you would grace us a little longer? A life invitation, I'm afraid. It's not so very long in tea time. What'd she say? I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I was phrased as a question. However, I must ask that you treat that as an order. As in, stay. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. I like the cut of this judge's jib. So, counsel. There's this evidence that demands the court's attention.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. I think I'm close to something there. Isn't Jezebel? Jezebel. Like Jezebel. Giselle Brett. Isn't Jezebel like Jedebl? Isn't that like a word for like a fancy lady? Like a European word or something? We understand that you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps with deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison in the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. Wouldn't have done. Well, that's... It's just you wouldn't have. We wouldn't have done. That sounds like a translation. Maybe I just don't understand English as much as I think I do. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for once. Very simple. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Rat. Mean. No matter what test the police can do for toxin, they never identify curare. Why? Because there's no test available here that can identify the presence of highly deadly poison. What? You think they put a lid on that? You think they wouldn't have people investigating poisons that can't be, you know, tracked in a foreign country? Oh well. Order! Council, does deadly poison truly exist? According to the report authored by the visiting research in England, curare has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems as reasonably well enough among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrow. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows in the Amazon jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffered instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up? But oh, and specifically, okay. All right, let's go down this angle. All right, I think I'm cutting their potatoes. All right, I'm stewing their meat. Okay, I'm serving out the dinner that they're planning. Okay, all right. Where is it that I saw this shit? Above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Okay. What if this guy just got a tooth removed, which means he has a wound, right? That's not completely healed. He had anesthesia on, but he wouldn't, you know, but he still has the wound of the tooth that's been removed. That's a wound. She laces the cup with curare. I don't know how she gets it in there, but she laces the cup with curare. Not just any cup, a cup that he drinks from. He takes the curare and dies. Now, what did he say before? We didn't investigate the cup? We didn't, you know, if we test this cup that she has in her handbag, there will be traces of this curare on there, but we can't test for it. But we can always find a way based off of the research notes to find traces of it. Or we didn't even have to do that. We can just have her taste from the cup. Or something like that. Doesn't that about sum it up, Mr. Pet?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery. I hope they're not. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Okay, do we have anything that proves that he was on anesthesia? The medical report card? According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean? the other way around. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Kawari was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. If they were in total agony, there would have been no signs of visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, collapsed on the floor, or with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes paralysis, as said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles to control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, is unable to move. That's horrible! What the fuck? That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But and I'm pretty sure that I heard about Kawari for the first time, it was in a manga too. Huh. Before the victim himself, wasn't an Agatha Christie thing. Victim himself, his final moments would be in living hell. That is the true nature of Kawari poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing, but a happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. You must be taught. Of course. Get back to licking those boots. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as you discovered them. Appalled, what a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Oh, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett, may I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Get too big for your boots, you thick little island boys. Sorry. An Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Do a little police games, foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? Buckle left it all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Okay, so it's not in the glass, and it's not in the bottle. Alrighty then. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So Kaware, the bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. You're quite incredulous. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Damn! Doesn't make sense. There had been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, the Far Eastern trade. Where's the cork? Huh? We'll make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend to in London. It's the cork! It's the cork! Because that bang noise that we had to have, it had to be from the cork leaving the bottle. Coins. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Okay. Isn't it obvious? If there's no poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Till it's as dark as a uniform in the ways of the world. That was a guileless ending of a promising line of inquiry counsel for which you'd be penalized. What? I'm right. Well, I'm technically half right. Hope I did put chloride poison into carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Or are you blind? There's no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. You just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. Okay, fine. If we're gonna go logistically, but my theory means still that the poison was not in the bottle. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Or explain until the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed.
Yes.
Defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, may be a source of complication in the case. You have to think harder than that, defendant. Are you kidding me? It's complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. She had her handbag on her. She has her handbag on her, which means she took the evidence with her. Where'd the glass come from? In fact, only what happens when the poison enters the body through a wound. Wait, yeah, wait, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. The imprudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court unit. Oh boy. I concur. The report is too extensive to be considered in entirety by the court. We would direct us to the pertinent council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Characteristics. I've been hearing a lot about this Kurare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, council? Well, it sounds as though hunters have been years, at least the heads of heroes that would have played their hunting. But we've led to believe, yes, and the point of hunting, catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these lace arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters would eat? Yes, point. So surely the hunters wouldn't have wanted to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, mentioned about particular details seem a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's this. Power enters the body through an open wound that has a terrifying poison effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this week. You knew Power's special characteristic. You, that you can make a spectacle of drinking without water without any danger to yourself. You, meddling, little. Mask off! Rapscallion! Well, Rinosuke, it turns out. Pun? You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Oh, they're just gonna make a pun about the bird thing. Really?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. The facts he read in a book. Your book, bitch! It's your book! But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. Seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. So, if this lethal poison was completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it. Would he? About that! I got an answer for that! Ah. But they don't yet. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No. Order. Order in the court. Order! Logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. So that even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Iyari. Is that the line they use in Japanese? I heard. Iyari. Friction. Rage. Take down the prey. Let's go.
Objection!
There you go. He said it. I don't think so, Miss Jezzo, Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson's dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by Karare? Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of the Karare can only be felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. I'm gonna miss my cork theory, but you know what? Fuck it. We're riding or dieting on this. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. That's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish outward games, your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little boy. You'll find out soon enough. See, with vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just flip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. You can't just do that! You what? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Cut up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. We have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bunch and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? There really was poison in the bottle, not you. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. Referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And my cork theory is back in, baby! And looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using karate. Then, in order to frame Inosuke Rodeo for the crime, waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. My theory still stands. He didn't die that way, but they should use the cork mentality. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stands to change. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Nosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke, yes, come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? That's a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you can really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but... Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Looking back on everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Ah, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you? Okay. Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with evidence. Alright, I can't wait. You think it'll be the blood, but...
Take that!
Dr. Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in investigations, don't you? Absolutely. Wonder, therefore, perhaps you did anything else in the crime. Like, for example, the plate of steak you took to the table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where you going with this, little boy? Just a memory that's been troubling. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that had been steak had was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I was supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. But to have made it to the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were... This is the point I was making before when I was talking about the handprint, is that he had to be turned around the opposite way. So, Brett, I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe that something accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. in interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it all, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, but I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether that there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, we should examine the plate for the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Keep her away from the damn plate. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you take. Well, what about the blood? The blood on it. Of course there is. Please, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. But your liege. I don't see any. Fuck. Blood. Blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. This case keeps going. But I'm becoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Jeez! I couldn't agree more in the case of this race to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a trial. Let's hope so. Let's attempt that court proceeding. Painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Oh my god. Ah! The sorry-looking snake reveals facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Yeah, sure. On the side of the plate. Cat, cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. A lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. This is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Huh? What in the world is this? I think the Koban. Oh my gosh, in the Hoyan era, I believe. No, I mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoy Korban? Yes, apart from the meat juices being good condition, imagine it's very valuable. Bullion and a bullion. I don't think I ever will again. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. As the evidence requested in the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Excellency, please wait. Plate of beef is hiding another clue. A clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The one thing that's shocking here is the unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Websites of player beef to be found. Underneath. Went over this before. To find a precious point at the gun. And it's from the Hoyan era too. That makes it quite valuable. But Murder and juices. Well, look. What? Yet? No. Next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant. Sure. My heart's going to be racing to lift up the meat here under the prize. Do the same thing for the meat I have in front of me right now. Nothing. No. You might have the wrong end of the stick about this, okay?
Got it!
Got it! Goodness gracious, that's... Oban. What on earth? Boy, Arrow wanted that. Right. This. At the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question. Is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden under meat? What about this question? How should I know? Never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? It could have been simply a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen? Where Hoya Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? Turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll whip up my ticket to the Great Britain right now. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? And where Hoya Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be relevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Jeez. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is irrelevant. The point is essentially that we asked the owner of this coin if he explained what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Owner of a Koban that was found underneath the steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Asute Kurio Kurikoda-san. Guri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honest, these Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. Then this Hoya era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would Kurokoda's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes.
Indeed, which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokoda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here without a moment's delay. Jesus, case is long. Everyone is there. Everyone is there. Everyone is here. It's like Smash Brothers. Piece of me left. All about. Why have I been caught up again? Yes, it's still trying for little baby idol. My son's belly is empty. Here's another pack of wolves. Wanted by the police, we were like miserable dogs, pushed to bear false witness. Cast from the courtroom. Myself, I twice. A worthless peak. Nothing more that I have to say. I sat on this massive page spot as there's a miracle science has come to light that requires your clarification. Requires your recipe memory preserves. That's that's it. One, the very exact one. A splendid, splendiferous, hoary treasure that my rusty bones managed to face that fateful day. Can't be. I thought. And man, light in this decrepit old fool put me out of its misery. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. Found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Really, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Mean. Somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoary treasure in a slab of meat and metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? I think I know. Excuse me. I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant case. Ah, yes, that's right. Cover operation. Carnival is a high-class Western restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners and many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of with thefts targeting restaurants' clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the Bureau. Three crimes indeed. Went to nip their case in the bud quickly, with so many foreigners being affected. I wonder who it could be. That's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. So remember I said before that I thought his little side job of the case he's doing would be affecting things in the future? I may have been wrong. We may be catching a criminal for that immediately. Seems likely that this Koban is the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes. I don't know about the master thief part, but identity of the person who stole and hit the Korakuda's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel who stole Korakuda's Koban and hid it in the leg?
Take that!
Obviously. Only be you. Sergeant Yes or no, sir. What? How? How dare you? You monster. monster. I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? It wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of it. You will push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, you an innocent little baby? You who's the monster, Sergeant. What the fuck is going on? Ow. Upon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasunosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. No. Of extraordinarily low wages, the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. Okay, yeah, but like, okay, I understand. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recent ended conflicts remains in place. I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak when I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. But I hid the criminal evidence as fast as I could. On the double, I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. That makes no sense! This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with bird prowling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course, hiding a coin under a lump of metal? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? Well... And for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and a knife and a fork. Beyond nonsense, pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Nosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time to be daydreaming. Oh, no. Just something about Mr. Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Yeah. Biting into it using a knife and a fork. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later. If you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, one last time, something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? Okay. But I need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words truly contradictory. Where was the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
This is the evidence right here. Well, uh-oh. Brett, the attempt to incriminate me is just as the sergeant's eating habit. Uh-oh. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Oh. I got this. I had the right idea, but the wrong picture. I want this one. I want
Take that!
this one. A photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate and steak that you see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as rather very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Yep. As you've noticed too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no enlistman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and baiting it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English woman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. That's a very astute observation. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork. There shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Nope. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, so I'll be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this in its place. Let's leave everything to... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle old semi-relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications that his teeth marks and steak have for her. Rinosuke, do you know where you're going with this? They were switched. I accept that these teeth marks and mistake are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. But for some a long period of time, the main character is more ahead of this than I am. I'm still trying to piece this together. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks stake here amount to conclusive evidence in the case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
That's absurd. The trial has run several hours already. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. It will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Well, I have a feeling this would be my last request of defense in the trial. This is not her. This is not the who presents the conclusive evidence to reveal the truth about this whole affair.
Take that!
Counsel pointed, likely your last chance. I would have to be taken more seriously. Fucked up. No. Oh no, I lost. I will do. I am now satisfied with no reasonable doubt remains in the matter. Defense has consistently failed to refute adequate such prosecution. Accordingly, I hereby announce the final verdict. Defendant, Rodeo. Boo, you whore. Officer restrained the accused and graphic play the accused prevented. That doesn't. No, whatever will I do? Okay. Yes.
Take that!
I had a 50-50 chance! God fucking damn it! God fucking damn it! The answer is obvious. It's Better Hosonaga. What? I haven't. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the mistake with teeth mark. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Osa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping on my way through good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kokuda coin, he says he slipped it under the steak. So that's his steak right there. So where's the other steak? Watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant, no, sir. Could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put your coin under, in fact, your own steak? And Shun, affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. The gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her own steak, nor does she have an opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even just as the thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain the paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I merely lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he tried to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the table. What? Can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for stretchy planning. It was do or die, I tell you. Yeah, so yes, did what I had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I surround the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes.
So, if Sergeant Gnosis is over, he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Sir Hosonaga. Yes. During this trial, you told the court this. Not only taking Miss Brett's steak at the end, but also the sergeant's. That is to preserve evidence. He had taken both. Clutch. That's correct. Then please present to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can it possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wiggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to serve as a problem for you. No. You were the one who decided it was a problem, and not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. Hey, this music is slamming. There was a clear splattering of blood from a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Was it the beefsteak and plate that you originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident? Yes, sir. Oh, look at that. I can already see we won. Sorry for keeping you. Here was the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes.
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate. shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's possible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim. It can't be. That one person could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. So everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Just a little Brett. You. Mask off. Mask off. Outdone by a Japanese. By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Guess you call that a bird in the hand and two in the bush, am I right? He's getting away! Aw, so cute. My outburst. Posure. Most unbecoming behavior for an gentleman. Forgive me. Well, Brett, I think it's time you told the court what happened that day. Truth time. Gladly, Your Excellency. I who took the professor's life using Kurare. As you surmise, I chose a particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Kurare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, I'm going to miss my quark theory. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. All I needed to see the professor take one sip of the water and it all would be over. I could place the steak I ordered in front of him. It appears that he'd be dining alone. Leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the table. That would be me. Oh. Yes, you. Who else? Trifling matter. The fact that you decided to come over to the professor meant that I had lost my chance to stay unnoticed. Of course, the professor took a sip of water and was paralyzed. Made sure he was sitting in his chair so that he could fall. No going back at that point. I conducted a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on the man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Kurare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? I was right, there were two guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun had been placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. I noticed the gun as I intended. Then went down to pick it up. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry that adjoined the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, Need to make it look like the defendant had shot out the Joseph when he picked up the gun. So why? So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Lady, you killed a guy. Excellent. That's a wonder. Might I speak with you private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Wait, is she not gonna get arrested? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Tatsuki Ouchi does not lose. Not to likes of this rookie student. Let me set a pattern for you and your lineage, your kids, your grandkids, your kids will always lose to me, my kids and my grandkids and great grandkids. Get fucked. The House of Pain will fall. It will continue to fall until the netherness of never this. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. You better start getting used to top opposition. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with AIDS council, while the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. The way of the world. Never forget that. Cut off his fucking hair. Clutch. And thus begins the House of Pain. Proper. 1,000 millennia may pass, still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. And the start of a new stream to play for the next couple of weeks. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Rinosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideals of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. As for the young Kazuma Asogi, yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand. Excellent. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? You, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yippee! This court is now adjourned. I'm starting to think if every single case is this long, this is gonna be a long game. Holy shit. Inosuke, finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place of University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for fighting Naruhodo-san. Listen. Ah, Ashwa. Your assistant. Worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words. My father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to investigate. The father. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. Excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, because I should be thanking you. After all, efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to my university, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself, studied forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. Those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, your turn, Aso. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. Cuts down anything that's in my way. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? Just let her bear it, I say. I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. Not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a culprit after all. She'll be in Japan in the very near future. But Shanghai. What? Shanghai? As though Brett would not appear in court again in the country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. A hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? You cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? You can't try her? But then, who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke the consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making critical agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Who is she? afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance up for her. I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of the threat. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. All gonna change from now on. Make it change. Time of great turmoil, a new era heralded by the start of the century. One day, I have no doubt that one will be judgment. Yes, coming. We're the ones surviving it. Well, I think that's enough now. Calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. No time for gloomy faces. We'll be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, I should just let Carnival. As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. I'm going to face her again at some point. Yep, why did she kill Dr. Wilson? Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I wanted to say thanks again, that's all. Saved my skin today. Ahahaha! Didn't do a thing. With a lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. The skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I ended up thinking that maybe you were the one to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. You have the natural talent for it. Being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. Never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon it is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust? Conviction? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I'm only human, after all. I don't have some superhuman ability to know that. You have to make a choice about what you believe in, and stick to it when you're defending something. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It's a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Look at today's trial. Student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again. You never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Something I want to ask you, actually. Okay. Well, a favor, really. Very important. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, still here, are you? Oh, Dr. Hosonaga. Arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. Be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. to be celebrating right now. Your first sport victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga didn't really play much of a part, but still. It's because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Hope they don't kill him off like Mia. Yes. Holy shit, tentacle. Damn. There's a Hound of Baskervilles episode? Oh, that's so fucking cool. There's five cases. Alrighty. Okay. Whew. That went on for a long time. Oh, stretch. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna find something to raid. Okay. Let's go. Say hi. To Alpha. Okay. Anyway. We're back to streaming here. Basically, back to having a streaming schedule. So we'll pick this up again next Tuesday for case 2. Well, not all of case 2, definitely. Not this time. This. Oh boy. And then that's for next week. But for tomorrow, we're starting Hollow Knight. I'm restarting Hollow Knight. It's my 3rd time trying to play the game, I think. Yeah, I think it's my 3rd time trying to play the game. And I'll see if I actually can beat it. I'm not gonna beat it in time for Silksong because that comes out the day after, you know. But I'm gonna try to make some decent progress in it for the next couple of weeks, and take my time with it because it's not like I'm gonna rush to play Silksong, even though everyone else is gonna be playing it. And it's not going anywhere. And if it's only $20, I'm not gonna be pressed to be getting that either. So that'll be Wednesday. That's tomorrow, and then Thursday will be Chibi Robo. Or Throwback Thursday, and then Friday will be Bonanza, DK Bonanza, at I think it's at 12 o'clock. I'm not sure what time I have it at. A lot of games on the Switch too. This, DK Bonanza, and Chibi Robo. So my Nintendo Switch 2 is finally getting some damn good use. Anyway, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching a VOD if it exists, and bye.